Okay, let's get started. Welcome to today's stream, everybody. Had just minor technical difficulties that the green screening software decided it's no longer installed. Why did it decide that? I don't know. Literally nothing changed. That's just the joy of streaming. Everything breaks when nothing changes. Yesterday, it decided to change my microphone for no reason. Literally no reason. But that's fine. I do still have the executable, so God's willing, it's fixed now. But that's working for now. And if it is going to be a larger mess, then let's look at it then. But. So, yesterday we have managed to. What did we do yesterday? Yesterday we've made a lot of progress on the credits menu and also have created the initial prototype of the Idol Monthly magazine. I believe we have also, thank you OBS, we have also implemented the reset settings button, which I'm not going to press, but implemented bin it has. Credits screen looks pretty. And if we go to this save and quickly let the dialogue run through, thank you Butterfly. It ain't final. I've not had time to go and find the fonts that I want. This certainly is very subject to change. I like the text, I like the layout, but this certainly needs a larger, more imposing font, and obviously it's not going to be just a white rectangle or a white ellipsoid, I suppose. No, this is going to get a real image. Maybe we'll get started on that, but I've got other ideas actually. To start with, if we go back into Game Maker, I do want to look at the requirements generation for hop, step, smile, exclamation point. The exclamation point is part of the name, because this very requirement here, that a given step be in both halves, just constantly overlaps with another requirement, and when you need to put the same step into multiple requirements, then there's just much less gameplay within that, because putting down one step is going to satisfy multiple. That's not so avoidable at some point. Let me show you. So this is so highly abstracted by the way, I've already got a system that attempts to avoid reusing the same step, which is, you know, a step forward, a wink, a smile. That's what a step is. I've already got a system in place that attempts to avoid reusing the same step, so that ideally all the requirements refer to different steps, which comes out of here. We try to avoid using any previously used step, but what happens is, well, let's take this a little more visually, perhaps. What happens is, when it attempts to generate such a thing, it's going to do so with this kind of code. In fact, hey, we've rolled step left in both halves. So if you've got this kind of code, like so, if it looks like this, and then you go into, okay, which steps does the step is in both halves apply to? Well, it's only this one. So it is going to attempt to roll a step that it hasn't used previously, but it is going to fail to do so because the only possible options are step left. So that it will only ever pick step left, and if some other requirement which is evaluated previously, if some other requirement has also rolled step left, then, well, there's going to be an overlap. Now, at some point, I mean, I can't... Well, the way that the generation works, with it generating a random code, a random combination of steps, I can only expect you to do something that matches the combination generated, which is, it has to be guaranteed possible. Now, with the way that requirements currently are, it's actually impossible for any code to be not doable. So this entire thing of generating a code and then interrogating it for which requirements apply to it isn't actually necessary, I admit. But what we're going to do is we're just going to move the processing up here. So that this is going to be evaluated first. And the more permissive steps, the ones where you can pick between 4 different steps, are going to be evaluated later, which means if we pick step left for you, then this even beat requirement has the options of step left, forward, snap, or smile. It's just not going to pick step left, but it's still going to have 3 options and pick one of them. Now, this is now in quite proper order, I do believe, because we want the most restrictive to be evaluated first. Let me just check. This is a different function, but I believe yes. Right. A requirement that uses 2 different steps also does this, trying to roll both steps that have not been used yet. So but I think it is fine where it is, because we need to generate 2 distinct steps that have not been used yet, yes, but fundamentally put X after Y, that's always doable, right? That you can pick any 2 steps and require it. think it tries to pick distinct steps, but usually in the average random code, it's not going to be an issue. Okay, now, that's actually all there is to this. I could think about adding more different requirements to this, but first I'd have to think of some. And then I would also have to add translated texts, so let's move on from this. And I've got... well, I've just done this on my list of stuff to do. So let's jump into the minigame outro fade out, which is right here. When you complete a minigame, it first, if you did it well, it shows you a dialogue. It then also shows you the stats that your idols have gained, which depend on a bunch of math. It's not important. And the way that it is displayed with a line of hearts that are being consumed, as it were, going into the idol's stats total, that's easy to lose track of. So let's just go back to Hop Step Smile real fast, because I can click through that real fast. There we are. I've got speedrunning mode on, by the way, just in case you're wondering why. No. Bum. Right, I've got speedrunning mode on, which means it's going to skip through everything. And it just saved this being in the next week. Oh, that's a border. That's what I get. Let's turn off skip fades. That's fine currently for what I want to do, which is I just want to, in fact, I don't even need to really complete this, but I'm gonna. What I also want to do while we're here in Hop Step Smile is I want to I want to extend this the way that these are labeled. I also want to do that up here, because I figured arranging the footsteps in a D-pad was going to be enough to imply what what they are. I figured wrong, evidently. That's why you playtest. But this animation can be difficult to follow. So what I want to do is I don't want to add more animation, because at that point it would get quite busy. I just want to add, like right up here, a green little number that tells you how many total stats were gained. So off we go. Now from here I'm going to have to work my way through. In fact, I've largely already done this from an earlier version, but I'm not sure it's going to be terribly useful, because it used to be that there weren't colored hearts, instead they were just numbers, and they would tick down. So yes, actually that's pretty much what I want. Wonderful. So I'm going to have to reposition this, but largely, hmm, largely, that's what I want. Yeah. Okay, so just uncomment these. I seem to remember these had once updated, like takes down from 15 to 0, but I don't think they did, I suppose. After all, um, once we do this, we lose the reference to the individual label builders, so no, I suppose. Now, now, these are placed to the right of the total stat, which is not quite what I want. In fact, I actually want these to be at the same location. The same location as the stat gain itself. There we go. Such that they are going to sit on top. Consequently, yeah, here we are. That's a plus whatever, plus 12. That's good. So all that I need to do is fix the Y offset. And for that, I need to look at where I have moved the odometers. They're not odometers anymore. That's the mile counter or kilometer counter in your car. Well, it used to be like that back when those were mechanical displays. These days, of course, it's all computers and screens. But because this code that I'm reviving now is quite old. And in fact, I am certain that I have updated the display since then. So, we need to find create odometers and what offset do we give you? Okay, just gonna steal that. Yeah, I don't remember why there is a factor of I in there, because that's going to move it 0 up to 3 pixels downwards. That makes no sense. But, so that is our basic alignment. Now we do need to move it upwards to sit on top of the text, because right now it's going to be right in front. So that's, I don't know. I'm going to take a random guess, which is this much. It's probably gonna do. Probably not going to be enough, but there exist ways to measure that, but why? I can just try it and see what looks good. I'm pretty sure the text is large enough that it will still overlap, but gonna find out. Game development isn't such an exact science, because it's not like we need to hard align with anything. Actually, that doesn't even look too terrible yet. I want to move this up like another tiny bit, but that is pretty much what I want. Right, so let's give it another 1 display pixel. And see how that looks. Then then we can consider that feature complete as well, I suppose. Going through line rehearsal real fast. I know what all the good answers are. I've written all of them. They all have an individual score. But I imagine if you actually read and think about the answers, it's not going to be too difficult. There we are. That's what I had in mind. Okay. Wonderful. Now that's that done. With that, let's take a look at the to-dos list and knock out a few of them, I imagine. I've kept a relatively long to-dos list, which is smaller stuff largely. What do I think about to-dos? Personally, they're a useful tool if you apply them properly. Naturally, you should get to implementing that stuff rather than leaving it until never. But you also have to remember what you want to do, right? And putting a little reminder in the location where it's supposed to go actually isn't the worst idea. It can already be most of the work, because when you know what code you want to write, then that's easy. The hard part is figuring out what the correct code is. So, in that way, I want a little bit of cute polish where on the top right side of the idle decks, I want a little text that faintly says, "The idle decks." Yeah, that's pretty much that. So, this needs to be not just on the bio page, but all around, which unfortunately means, well, we're just going to have to separately trigger it to draw whenever. So, idle text builder is a new text builder, which, let's say it uses the handwriting font, because Butterfly wrote it on there, but it's not that large. That's X to well, the top right corner, so I'm going to take a wild guess, and we are in the idle decks, which has an assigned sprite, so we can use sprite width and then go backwards like 10 pixels. Likewise, go most of the way to the top. At this point, I intentionally do not memorize how the text builders are configured, so that I look it up and I do it properly. Okay, font, location, then it's text, which requires that we grab the translated string. I'm not sure if this game is going to get a translation, but hey, better to do it than not to do it. And even without translations, this is just a really handy way to dynamically get strings into the game. So text to be displayed rather than writing it in the code, where I'm gonna have to hunt down where it is. that's just a lot of manual labor. So instead, I made a spreadsheet that exports and is imported into the game. So, but do we have translation keys? Yes. Yes. And I need to look up. Actually, I wrote it down here, isn't it? Yes. Table.idledex. Do we have access to that? Do we ever? Lol. Okay. So what I'm doing here is, in order to access translated strings, again avoiding random string constants, I use a system that there are translation keys to moderately define what's available, what's legal. And this is also supposed to include some scope. But the way that I have extracted this now, it's in here. So the translation key is get translation keys .table.recruitment. No, it isn't. .table.idledex. And I just don't have access to that, but listen, I can do that. And I think for that, we're just gonna take that. So, grab the translation keys, idledex. That's going to be our text. Next, I want to set the angle so that it's diagonal instead of straight horizontal. Before that, I have to set the scale such that the text looks slightly pixelated, which is just, I don't know. I feel like it's really telling of indie development that I find that adorable and actively seek to replicate it. The text is the only thing that gets to be at a higher resolution. It also gets to have anti-aliasing, but I also scale it up by a factor of 2, which is like zooming in, just so that it looks a little grainy again. So, a bit pixely, a bit rounded, but not too much of both. So, angle, it's gonna be, I'm gonna go 20, which is the first number that popped into my mind. Game Maker, let's remember, by default points south right, and then it's clockwise from that. There's 360 degrees. Then we can pick one of two avenues. We can make this text gray, or we can reduce its alpha, or we can possibly even do both. That, I'm gonna go color. Gray. Yeah. Okay. Then we also need to have this bell and not care about whether we should build the bio description builders, because that is I know what I've done. Sorry, the game crashed because I tried to reference a translation key that does not yet exist. Look, here it is. Here it would be if it did exist, but it doesn't. So it needs to be defined before it can be accessed. Okay, let's try that one again. Now it's properly launching. And we see that we don't see anything. That's weird. Okay, what's going wrong? First step of debugging, isolate information. What can I imagine? What do I know? Let's comment out this stuff so that it should be right in the middle of the idle decks if I am doing it properly. Yeah, it is finding the translated string. Yes, here it is. Right? So that's not so bad. Also, was I wrong? Does Game Maker go... yeah. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. I believe what I'm doing wrong is that I'm not accounting for the way that it's going to move as it rotates. That's fine, we can do that. But actually I was wrong. Game Maker doesn't rotate stuff clockwise because that would make too much sense. No, it rotates counterclockwise. I mean, obviously. Why wouldn't that be your first idea when you decide how to rotate stuff? Oh. No, I'm sorry, I'm just an idiot. Obviously, I got my sign wrong. This may not still be perfect, but it's at least going to be in the right direction, because negative y is up. And yeah, now I've still mispositioned it, because negative y is up, positive x is to the right, so we want negative y, positive x. Subtract from here, add to here. Okay. Then set the angle. Try this one. And at this point, like, it's working. Except when we put it into that corner, it doesn't seem to be. I've got a suspicion, which is that this sprite is actually wider than it appears. Let's really quickly see if we can't confirm that. No? No, it doesn't look like it, but evidently it is going further than it is supposed to. So, what kind of sprite width are we working with? We're working with 204 pixels of width. So we've got plenty of space. Let's pull this back 50 pixels, which would be... should still be towards the right edge, because the sprite is so wide. Yeah. Ah. That's interesting. That is highly interesting. The way that it is configured now, that should not be happening this way. Because it could, well, telling it to go up by half its width and to the right by half its width, right? It should be up here. But I think what I'm doing wrong here is that I am not accounting for the rotation, and really that one's on me. I've done a lot of math in order for rotation to make sense intuitively. Most importantly, if you have a builder and you rotate the thing that it's growing onto, like the photos, you rotate that. I want the text to stay in the same location, relatively. So, this is, I suppose, paying back the debt that I made then, because because now I need to account for that as I position this element. Essentially, it means that the text is rotating around the axis of the main element rather than around itself, rather than the text rotating in place around itself. Yeah, okay, and there it is up there. So at this point, this is going to be a whole lot of guesswork. So I think we leave that as it is. I can guess random numbers and fiddle until I get it into a good space later. So, next, still on the idle text, I have created little explanations that tell you what each stat means, and these used to be cheat buttons where you can click them and increase an idle's stats, because, well, I personally don't feel like editing saves manually every time, so I created cheat buttons that way. But they are no longer necessary, and I can upcycle these so that when you click a given stat, you are given an explanation of what that stat does. So, seal them out of here. Then we're gonna put them into a function somewhere up here. It looks good. Function creates stat explanation buttons. And now this is, of course, this is debugging code, so it's not particularly pretty. So we're going to have to refactor this somewhat significantly. Notably, I want to track these so that I can disable them when they wouldn't make sense. So I only want them to be active when the bio is displayed and there's actually something visible to click on, for which we already have a good track, because it's right this. It's when we are displaying the rest of the information. Yep. Okay. We can put it into here. So, I want to track these. So, that explanation buttons is, say, an array, so that we can keep these and reference them later, disabling and enabling them each. What do I want them to do once clicked? I want them to play a little dialogue. I also want them to show the advice. Well, no. Hey, that's a cool thing, right? Let's write a function that happens when they are clicked, so that I can show you what I mean. This is going to be just about down here. Function play stat explanation for a given stat e, which is going to be a string. So I want this to play a little dialogue, really more a single line from Butterfly explaining to you what a given stat means. For that, we are going to call up to the room handler to play that stat explanation, not because we desperately have to. It is technically possible out of here, but this is very much the responsibility of the room handler. So go up there. Put that somewhere here before the end of the day. Stay here. So the cute thing is that normally I would make sure that the photo butterfly is present on the current screen. I would have to quite possibly create one and make it visible, but we are on the idle deck screen where the photo is always present. So we can just reuse that photo. It's gonna be super simple, actually. And for that, we are going to do something roughly like this. Steal that in order to find. We could take a static reference to the photo manager from the idle summary screen. In fact, we may just do that in case something weird happens. Find photo manager screens dot recruitment, because we always know which one we want. So there's no need to dynamically look up the one from the current screen where the camera is located. That would work, and actually because it happens within the same frame that the button is clicked, it's functionally impossible. Since the mouse can only be in one place, it's functionally impossible for this to not work properly, but if we already know what the result's going to be, we may as well save a bit of effort. So next we need to grab the photo of butterfly from the photo manager, which is going to be this function here. Where did I leave it? Not you, you. Room handler table. Get photo by name, and we know who it's going to be, which is why I've assigned her a global reference, because I keep using butterfly. Okay. So I'm gonna rename this variable to be a bit more expressive. Then we need to further, we need to resolve what text we want to play. Now, that text lives also inside the translated data. I just need to really quickly look up where it is. I believe it's in idles. Ooh, where is it? Did I not reference it? Okay, that's suboptimal, but that's fine. That just means that I need to really quickly go to the other screen and export this. I swear I've done that. No, I did. I'm just searching wrong. Everything's fine. The problem is me, as per the usual. There it is. Right, it's translation keys table recruitment that explanations. So this is a structure which contains 4 different keys. We are going to reference it with this stat key, which is just the name of the stat that was clicked. And that is, in fact, a simple struct get. Line is struct get. Out of this, grab the stat key. Lay the line. Now, this, we don't even need to give this argument because we don't want to run any particular scripts. And that would work from here, I believe. Man, abstraction is nice. You have to build the tools at one point, but at that point, afterwards, you have access to them and you can reuse them, and God, it's so nice. I love it. Okay, so now we have what's going to happen when it's clicked. So from there on out, create button allows us to specify the arguments we want to give. So that, in fact, we already do that. Yes, it's going to, so when the button is clicked, play stat explanation. It's going to call this function play stat explanation with an argument of persona, heart, image, or voice. Now, I need to steal one more little thing, which is just the sizes of the buttons. I could make this prettier, but honestly, the width is only relevant here. Making it a var is perfectly fine. I do want to, I believe I've defined something order, stat names, there it is. I've defined this, yeah? Which is, yeah, that's fine actually, that's perfect. So that's an array, which we can iterate through. Alternatively, I could use these structs. Either one would work, but if we use the array, then we can actually do this in a loop. So let's just do that. So, for, sorry, GameMaker, thank you. Writing a for loop isn't particularly difficult, but I like to let GameMaker do it, just so that it feels appreciated, so that it feels useful. Otherwise, listen. Otherwise, a GameMaker isn't terribly competent, so I don't want it to feel sad that it's terrible and misses even basic features, and the features it does have are frankly insane. Don't want it getting those ideas, so let it do what it can. So this is going to be a super simple iteration. We create a button. This, in order to have them not overlap, we need to add an offset of I times row offset. There we are. And we need to tell it what stat it's going to explain, which is of course going to be stat names I. There we go. So that's going to create the button. We also want to add this into the array of stat explanation buttons. And put it in there. Further, we want to make sure that it is clickable. I'm not sure if that's actually needed. I'm gonna try it. This here, setting the depth. It's entirely possible that the button isn't clickable because it's going to be covered by something or other, but it's not important. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, fix it then. So, now we need to still call this function, of course, which means we're going to go to wherever that's done and create it. And I'm actually gonna do this. I'm going to explicitly assign it, which I find either one works, right? You can also just declare the field in here, but I find it a more pleasant pattern to have a temporary variable inside the function that then is assigned onto the field and is spelled properly, for the simple reason that now you can see it is here, it exists. You've got the summary of what fields this instance is going to have. I find that much more pleasant, and it also means that you've got more control over where your fields are defined and set. So with that, this is fundamentally, this should work, which I feel, I say that a lot, but it really is true. It's not complete just yet. What it is still missing is the buttons are always active, and they are currently not clickable, it would seem. Yep. Okay, they aren't clickable. That's bad. So we do actually need to set the depth. So I'm not sure why that's strictly necessary, but because right here, yes, I can imagine. Can we not specify the depth? No, we can't, because usually this just works. Yeah, that's fine. Make sure that it is on top of here. Or actually what we're going to do is we're going to launch this in debugger so that I can see what the depth value actually is, because I assigned it to a hard-coded value of 88, which is very cool, but it may be something different from the depth of this -1. Let me just turn off the game, which is currently paused. So, the button currently, if we sort this by name, I don't know why I have to manually click to sort the variables by name every time I launch the debugger. I don't know why that's not default. I don't know why I can't set it as a default. I don't know in what world you want to have your variables in just a random order. You know, Game Maker. This program was made, which is all that I'm going to say about it, because it's not nice to say unkind things. Especially not unkind things that you're not sure are actually true. Right. Oh, no. Ah. Right. I suddenly remember why I need to do this. So, what's happening is um, depths here. The game has multiple basic layers, and the idle dex sits at the table layer, and lower depth values are on top. So the button is being covered by another thing which sits at the slots layer. In fact, it's being covered by the secondary idle slot. There exists a clean solution to that, but actually, yeah, that's true. One way or another, if I don't fix this properly, then it is going to be a issue. Because now, if I put these buttons on top, then they are going to cover the slot, which is the second dialogue slot. Right here, yeah. The invisible slot object from here was covering the buttons. What's happening now is that the buttons are covering the slot, so either one of them is gonna have to go. Did I also not define that translation key? Man, I'm good at keeping up with stuff. Sorry about that. Recruitment, stat explanations, which is where it is, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. So this data is already in the translated data, but I haven't told the game that it is, so it threw an error when it tried to access a property that don't exist. Oof. Man, oh, this is going to get complicated. Right. It's still not finding it, which could have many possible causes. I imagine, yes, the most likely cause of that is that I haven't updated the translated data, which is just going to take a brief copy paste into Notepad++ while I talk about that I haven't done it. There we go. Now, as for slightly more interesting things, so I need to do two things with these buttons yet. One is that by moving them on top of the slot, I mean, that'll work, that'll make them clickable, but it will make the slot underneath not necessarily clickable. If you get me. Now, that might actually not be an issue. And the reason for that is... no, it will be. Because you don't strictly click on the slot, you click on the photo that is within the slot, but the photo is like put into the slot, so it's like real tight on the table, which means the point is it's going to be underneath the buttons, it's going to be blocked, which is suboptimal. So one or the other of these are going to have to get out of the way, and practically speaking, I think it's going to have to be the buttons that gets destroyed and recreated dynamically. Please work. No. Okay. we're gonna figure that one out in a bit. So, yes, I mean, what I'm doing here, there is the secondary tab, which is where the dialogue replay happens, and I'm leaving the slot from that just active at all times. It is disabled, but it is still there. That's not terribly good programming onto itself, but it's fine. Which means if I want to keep it, if I want to avoid destroying and recreating it, then in order for these buttons not to cover it, I'm going to have to destroy and recreate the buttons. Yeah? That makes sense to me. Which means that so long as they are supposed to be active, they exist, and as soon as they don't anymore, then they are destroyed. Right, that's an easy enough instruction to follow. There is one complication, which is that I apparently just have to pee really bad every day at 10 a.m. So don't go too far. I'm not going off. I will be right back in a few minutes. Stand up, go pee, stretch my legs. Feel free to do the same. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Then we can tackle this issue in which I am the cause of all of my problems, as per the usual. See you then. Okay. I get to ban a stream scam bots. Ah, wonderful day. Holy. Wonderful. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I have peed. Wonderful grapes have been consumed. Let's keep going. So, this implementation has a few issues. I've decided first we are going to look at what's the issue with finding the line. So, if we go in here and we click on this, then GameMaker is going to stop at the breakpoint that I made. It is not going to jump to that breakpoint, of course, because why would it? It's not like I'm telling it very specifically what line I'm interested in. No, just pull up the general file and make me hunt for it. But that's fine. So, somehow this ain't... Oh, the problem is that I am an idiot. Of course, this is going to be the translation key, not the actual translated string. There we go. Right, that should work properly now. Because I've made doubly sure that data is there in the translated data. Yes, I have just pronounced data differently twice in the same sentence. But I also need to not skip dialogue. That would be an issue. That would be an idea if I want to see the dialogue. Here it is. Capture the game, please, OBS. Thank you. So, that's the idea, yeah? That when you click a thing, Butterfly talks about what it means. And she does this just from wherever she's actually located. You can even drag her around and the speech box will keep up and fluidly switch sides. This was so much effort to implement, and this is literally the first time that that comes up. I made such an elaborate system for text boxes, and then the only places that I use them are places where I've very specific control over where they are. So that it actually wouldn't matter. I wouldn't have needed this code at all. I could have just told it, you go to the right or you go to the left. But because I'm a stickler, I just had to make it perfect. So, right. Good news, bad news. This actually functions. We are grabbing the photo out of the slot, so we don't actually need to bother with this whole delete and recreate thing, which is wonderful. But we do still need to disable the buttons when we are here, as opposed to here. So let's think about that. How do we do so? We want to pretty much use the same logic as decides this here. In fact, we are just going to pull that into a function. Should display bio. We're gonna pull that into a function. And then we are going to reference that for the buttons as well. Function should display bio. Anytime that you use code multiple times, just make a function. It's easier, it's cleaner than duplicating code, and as soon as you want to change anything about that code, you just have to change it here, and it's in an extracted space. In fact, the less code there is in any one given spot, the better. That does save the clean code book. I don't 100% agree with everything that's written in there, but that's sort of the point also, is you have to think about and define what good code style looks like for you and your project, what's appropriate. So the book is still valuable and there is a lot of very good insight. So it's a good read. It's a good read. Yeah, we want to update this on content inserted and removed, which both call update state. So we're just gonna go update stat explanation buttons. Since this object does a whole bunch of stuff, it's got an entire thing to update its internal state and then update whether each given object, each button and whatnot is enabled and whether it should be displayed and whatnot. This is going to be rather simple. How do I avoid duplicating codes? Button has a set enabled function, so we're just gonna say they should be enabled if should display bio when we update the state. Then for each of the stat explanation buttons, pick out that one that we're currently looking at and set it to be enabled if so. That way we execute the least code and we also, more importantly, we write the least code. Okay, that should take care of us. Now it should only play these explanations when we are on the bio page and there is an idle currently inside the photo slot, so that these words are being displayed. That isn't fully functioning. Okay, there are two issues with that. This method doesn't exist. That's unfortunate. Why doesn't it though? Is that just enable and disable? Yes. But why? I'm gonna change that. I, the developer. Well, it's not fully... There's not no reason to why I did this. Because it's not like enabled is a field that we query. We actually control that with visibility. But thanks to using methods, instead of directly accessing these fields, we can abstract that away and pretend like it is a field to the outside, while using whatever implementation we want internally. I do believe that it used to be a field, but it is better for the button to be fully visible or invisible, such that It doesn't respond to click events, and it doesn't get in the way when it's not supposed to react. There we go. So the function exists now because I say it does. Then going back to here, this functions and this functions, and so far I am surprised to find that apparently we never initially update the state. That's true, we don't. Well, there you see it. I'm performing a little sin here, which is to create everything in the state that I know it's supposed to be in when we create it, but if let's say I put in a photo and I take it out, then it's supposed to be guaranteed to have not changed. But we don't have a guarantee. If I reset the game real fast, it is a very good idea to call these functions to update the state, even if it hasn't changed, even if it's probably going to be the same result as from when you created it. I'm having a thought right now, which is I could make this really fancy. Since these buttons are only enabled when there is an idle in the slot, instead of using they here, instead of saying the idols, I could use interpolation and insert the name, which I'm probably going to end up doing, but I'm not going to do it right now because that's more involved than it looks. It would involve that I would have to put in a placeholder, and also because, of course, Butterfly herself can be in this slot. That would mean that I'm not always talking in the third person. It would mean that, in this case, it would make no sense to say Butterfly's dedication and so on. It would have to be my dedication and so on, which is it's certainly doable. I mean, you know, this code's Turing complete. We can do whatever we like. But I think I'm going to do that during the cleanup work of today, because that is going to be somewhat involved. I need to see either is Butterfly talking about herself or is she not? If she is talking about herself, then insert my and resolve it that way without the possessive. Otherwise, insert the name and the possessive. And because I am such a horribly progressive game, I can also dynamically resolve what someone's pronouns are. So instead of their, I can write her or my. And that's it's important not to over polish, but that is, I think, cute enough, and it's a kind of subtly showing off the kind of tech that I've made. That I do want to do that, but we're going to do that another time. For now, during cleanup, later, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna fiddle with these numbers so that the idle text is actually in the correct place. Let's see. What are we going to do next? I think we're going to stick in this area because I don't like these arrows. At least I don't like how barren they are. So what they do is, this is a dialogue replay. From here you can go line by line through each dialogue you've seen during the break. And you can also skip through these dialogues. So, the problem with that is it functions, but it's kind of just two tiny sets of arrows, and don't love that. Now, should I have thought more about this before stream today? Yes, because, well, I don't know what I want them to look like. I know that I want them to look more elaborate. I want them to be more easily representative of what's going to happen. Whether you are going to advance to the next line or to the next dialogue. So let's have ourselves a think real fast. How could we represent that? I mean, all of it is, like, both of it is kind of just skipping. Sorry. What comes to me intuitively is using text boxes, like I've already done down here. But that's... I mean, that will work for one, but it doesn't work for both, because then we've got the same issue that it doesn't distinguish what it does. But maybe that's fine. You know what? I have redecided, which is, until I get a good idea, I'm gonna have a think on this. I'm just gonna leave this as it is. Really. And we are going to change to a different topic, which is not visible here. But we still need to draw a few more villains. And in that regard, I do have good ideas. So, we've got this viewer where we've got the images of the individual villains. And 3 of them are in a good place. 3 of them look good, I think. We've made Trey Alcott, who is just... I just want to punch this man. He doesn't have a face, and yet I want to punch him in the face. Then we've still got Dr. Conroe and Miss Manning, who still need art. So what say we get to that? Because, well, gotta do it sometime. I don't like doing art, but you gotta do it. And really, the sooner that you do art, the better, because it's best to let it rest a little while and think about it, and then it'll occur to you how you want it to be. So, No, 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 no. I think I'm going to start with Miss Manning, where it's going to be a similar frame as Miss Septon. I want Deborah Manning. I want her to be an older lady. I want to try. I want to try giving her a darker skin tone, insofar as that's even reasonably possible, because, well, these are the 5 shades that I have access to. I've got white, light gray, or steel, gray, dark gray, and anthracite. That's it. But hey, in that regard, I can use dark gray rather than steel. So let's give it a try. And if it doesn't work out, well, I'll be forgiven for using the same 1 shade out of 5 for all of them. I don't think anyone's really going to notice. But give it a try. So, this is here, the villains, the back. There. Call it by what it is. This is the sprite. This is not an object, this is the sprite. I don't care about keeping it. So for the basic shape, even though we are going to obviously make a different image, for the basic shape I'm using Miss Septon, just because, well, using the professor, who is a wide man, might not be the best. So let's just see. I want to try something else too, which is I've got 5 different villains and I've got 5 shades of gray. So it stands to reason that, well, I can try having a different background color for each of them. You've got white, you've got medium gray, you've got dark gray? Or is this anthracite? This is anthracite. Okay. Usually, the issue with that, of course, would be that, well, if you want the character to stand off the background, then it can't be the same color as their skin. Meaning, this... I mean, that doesn't fully not work, but this wouldn't be what I'd want, right? So, but of course, if the skin color is something else, ain't that something? It's gotta think. So, and we are going to give her white hair because she's an aged lady. And I've just gotta take off this ponytail. There we are. Or maybe, well, that's the thing, yeah. If I want a steel gray background, then I can't use that anywhere that has contact to the background. So with this basic color scheme, I have to admit that does look very starkly different from my usual style. I mean, it's basically an invert of Linda. Maybe, yeah, this looks better because white is a bit too stark. Yeah. But I don't hate that idea. So, we of course need to not just make a copy paste of Linda. That would be silly. So, step by step, what do we want? So, Miss Manning isn't like 70, but she is older than Miss Manning. Miss Manning is just like teacher, just about in the early 30s, whereas Miss Manning is about 20 years their senior. So, what does that mean? Multiple things. I think I want to try making her smaller, maybe like slumping together slightly. So instead of this instead of these thin, relatively quickly falling shoulders, make her come together, maybe give her one less pixel of throat. So let's see what's going to happen. Really. This is art. We are experimenting. So, in that way, if the shoulders are going to slump, then we need to do something like this. Make them flatter. I want to keep this like too high on the side. I want to keep that. But if the shoulders are going to... Whoa, geez, music. If they're gonna come up to meet the heads, then that's going to be something like that. Yeah, don't hate that shape. So I have just effectively extended the throat by one, so just to keep up, the head has to come down. Oh, that's interesting effect. Certainly is an interesting effect. The effect comes about because the shadow that implies the chin didn't move. Alright, now here's the impossible challenge. Think of a female hairdo that doesn't... Hello, Skulls on YouTube. Sorry, I tapped over to a different program, but thanks for hanging out. There's a lot of stuff open. Forgive me, please. Okay, right. What we were doing. So, think of a female female hair type, female haircut that isn't this kind of upwards tie. So, what do we want in that regard? It is going to be largely as it appears now. The villains are very simplistic. Maybe we just start on drawing out the dress, which is a which is going to be less revealing than Miss Septon. It's gonna be... In fact, it's going to just keep up with the skin, initially. And it might be... That might be the start and end of it. So we've got something like that. I want to take her cut off, pick it up further too. So we do something like that. Still a feminine cut, but less deep. Okay. So, what are we doing out of here now? I don't actually love the shape of the shoulders anymore. Or, I should say, what do I not love about it? It is simply too flat now. We could experiment a little if we try... What if she's just so small, right? What if she is so small that she doesn't fill out the frame? Try that. For that we're gonna take the dress layer off again. And make a curve something like that. Yeah. She's a real small woman. And to compensate, what are we gonna do? This is a pretty aggressive curve now. From here, dropping down to there. So I want to make it gentler up here as well. So maybe we restore what we've taken off here. Like so. That does look slightly more natural, doesn't it? It does now mean that, same thing as before, moved up the shoulders, so the head should keep pace. Oh, what have I done? Oh no, she's decapitated. What a nightmare. Yeah, it's just that, of course, you can move pixels onto each other, but moving them up and away from each other, that's going to create a gap. So, then model the dress to keep up accordingly. Whoops. There it is. Just gonna take off a bunch and then we can draw in what we've removed so that it fits. Try a cut like that. Don't hate that. Don't hate that at all. There is one problem with making her small, which is she now looks like a child. And that's so for a 50-year-old woman. I think the problem is that quite literally her head is the size of her shoulders. So let's maybe address that. For that, we're going to take off the hair layer. Now, this is an, I'm gonna say, anime themed game, or I like to think my style is a little bit like that. So that big head, big eyes is excusable, but one moment, is this aligned? Yeah, it is, good. So it's a little excusable, but naturally we still need to be careful to remain vaguely humanoid, I'll say. Now, we've shrunk it by 1 row vertically and 2 columns horizontally, so what we're gonna do is also this, and then take the entire thing and put it back down. Alright. Now the hair isn't... Actually, it's not as horrible. But this is going to have to all change anyway. Actually, I do kind of hate it. Sorry. What have I done? What is wrong between this and that? Well, the neck shadow, largely, which of course also needs to come together. And there's an errant skin pixel here. Alright. Now that is very much too narrow. So I think let's go back on that idea. Keep with the basic proportions, keep her filling out the frame, and try something else. Okay. So, with her now, filling out the frame. That does look better again to me. Her head is, of course, still the size of her shoulders, but at this point it's implied that they keep going, so it's not as bad anymore. Again, I kind of hate this line. I kind of hate... no, it's fine. It's fine. Drawing at this resolution, where it's almost mandatory for a character to break to the edges of the image, has its many challenges, one of them being that I can't display a full character. Shocking, I know. I can't display a full character, which means that I need to work with implications a lot, and one of the big things with that is currently a bit hard to show off, but it means that I need the curve to be continuous. So this curve, you see it's flat, it goes slightly more vertical, it goes diagonal, then it drops down. Need to remember to maintain that. So, now, but what is it that's bothering me about this image? Looking at it from various angles, I think I want this line to come in one more, like so. Or maybe not. Oh, let's keep it as it is. I think it's currently good. Currently, that's fine the way that it is. Which means we move on to the hair layer, and the question I still don't have an answer to, which is how does she keep it? Let's see. Is starting to grow slightly lighter, so it maybe wouldn't be such a dense thing. I can even try something forbidden, which is this, you know? Rather than a full, complete darkness, I reuse the shadow shade. I would hate that. But, so, if it is starting to lighten, then currently, I've stolen this one from Linda Septon, who has a very full head of hair and actually ties it back. Well, it's going to be more into halves, it's going to come apart higher up. So let's see where we end up with that, really. Hopefully one row at a time. I can use the eraser for that. Oh, I did have a too wide here. Yo, that... Let's even it out. So, this basic curve here, I'm just gonna delete you. Then steal you. Oop. There we are. That looks a lot more like it already. It's less full. It's not exactly what I want yet, but didn't expect it to be. Let's see. From Mr. Alcott, I've learned that hair doesn't need to part quite so high up. Something like this, maybe. I did kind of think she could have still a knot or something of that sort. Now, do I have the resolution to draw that? Do I ever? But that just really does not work. Actually, that's... Well, this specific implementation is very reminiscent of Elf, who has that cat tail. So that works at this resolution. But a full-on hairband? Maybe not. But I'm going to give it a try. Give it a try, see how it looks. Silly, currently. But... Nah. Nah. That's not working out. Besides, she's not supposed to have that much hair to play around with anyway. So, why am I acting like she does? Yeah. Just checking real fast. It's not... It is asymmetrical here. Which... I don't want to do full symmetry, but now, currently, it would be. Do I want that? Is a very big question. Not really. But let's say it comes down... Huh? Experiment. If it comes down like real far, yeah? Maybe even it's convex. Then it looks silly. Then it looks like a hat. So I think I've kinda got it in this range. I think I want it to be slightly further together. Like so. Because, well, it does part at the forehead, but a large part of this image is also that it's, you know, she doesn't have a face. So that is acceptable character art for a first pass. It's not really getting me the vibe across that I was going for. What else can I do to add to that vibe? We can add decorations and highlights. Currently, this image has literally no white in it, which is interesting. And it continues even down here, so I would think, let's say over here, yeah. No, just a square. Just a square is good. I also want to try giving a summon like this. Give her a chain. Now, the game does not feature religious themes, kind of, because why? Which is a complicated way to say. She is the kind of woman who might be wearing a cross, but listen, I've got 32 pixels in this entire image. I do not have the space to draw a cross, so it'll be just a chain, and you can imagine whatever you want her to wear, really. That's the power of imagination. And I think I actually had it. What's it like? So, there it is. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. Okay. Let's keep experimenting on the hair. I always get stuck on the hair. No, I like the lighter tone. Oops. Just to try. No, that is too high contrast. We're not doing white hair. But does it want to come down further? Perhaps. Perhaps it does want to be fuller again. So we go summon like that. And summon like that. That does look more like it. Yeah. And from this point out, having the basic idea of it, do we want to make her asymmetrical again? Possibly. But I don't love it, actually. I'll tell you what I don't like. I don't like this curve up here. Something about it that's... I think I know what it is too. It implies that her hair is too long. That she's got too much of it. Because of course, if it parts and then it comes down this way, then for that to happen, it needs to have a certain length. Whereas if it's not that long anymore, because she just doesn't have that much of it anymore, then it would part in a different way. Comparing, right? Mr. Trey here, he's got pretty short, so it doesn't come down that far from the parting point. Right. So, with that same idea in mind, that means this needs to come up and it needs to come down to even out more how it parts, even out its curve. I hope I'm making myself vaguely clear. Keep those. Yeah. Problem now is that this is literally flat, so that's turning into an issue. It is supposed to come down somewhat on the sides. So let's say we just take the metal downwards, like so. Speaking of, this is the factual metal. Somehow it just looks asymmetrical in a way that I don't like. Well, it is because of these 2 pixels. But maybe... You know, this is the part that I hate. This is the part that I really get stuck on. And maybe that is going to be exactly why we're not going to dwell on this part. So right now it is very tight to the head. Let's try moving it outwards a bit. That way it looks loofier, which I know I say she's not supposed to have that much hair on her head, but it is supposed to have more of a curve. Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking of something. I'm thinking of the granny cut with the with the rolled logs that you put into shape with a heating iron. So let's see if we can make something like that happen, which would be this. Maybe that's too aggressive already. Give it a gentler curve, like so. And make sure that the curve continues properly. At this point, I don't hate that anymore. Far be it from perfect, naturally, but I don't hate that anymore. In fact, we can even think about, for a brief demonstration, not something like that, but we can think about, something like this. The idea being, we're gonna pull it up off the head. No. I think we are going to consider ourselves happy. I've done art. Art has been done. That is my budget for the day. Gonna let this rest and focus on something else, something more, frankly, interesting for me. And going to go back into the code. It's not finished, naturally, but it is finished at such a point that I want to let it rest and think over it for a while. So we can clean up this entire event. This is back with the stat explanation buttons, which are now beautifully working. Yes. Right, we can work on this. So, when you can recruit a new idol, Butterfly gives you a brief hint that you can do so. But there is a small issue with that, which is that when she does this, when she does it, she is off screen. If we upcycle our save from here and progress through the weeks real fast, we need to progress until week 7, which is going to be the 29th of September. So one more week. What's going to happen is the reminder does play. The reminder does play, but because Butterfly is off screen, you don't see it. Listen. There it is. It is being played from off screen. And that's bad, of course, because we start from here. Which means we need to go into a dialogue, like mini cutscene. Yeah, that's going to work. We need to... Pardon me. We need to go into a mini cutscene such that the player doesn't run off, and more importantly that we spawn and show a butterfly that is visible on that screen. Which means that's actually going to be super easy. All that we need to do is change to the photo manager from the start screen, and I know that I'm doing this a bunch for the tutorials. Yes, this is set up dialogue elements, so just fill that code so that we create a visitor where we need her, make her invisible, make her undraggable, and then we can have her play that reminder and then disappear. So that instantiates the photo, configure it, make her undraggable, and then we are going to have to define scripts still. So scripts is what we want to do is we want to we want to do two things. When the dialogue starts, we want to show butterfly who is hidden until now, so add a call for that. We also want to create a dark background which just covers everything, so make it highlight no area. Then, after that's done, after we have played our line, we want to clean up, so we want butterfly to hide, then destroy, once she's done hiding herself. And we want to clean up the dark highlighter. Destroy existing highlighter. There it is. Okay, and pass this in as the argument. There we go. I'm sure I've done that wrong, but let's give it a try, see what happens. It crashes because, yes, but because I've renamed the variable here and not paid attention. Righto. Give OK amount. Yep. Right. Now it is properly loading in. That is a bit jarring. So we're going to approach it another way. It is, largely correct. Largely, this is working as it should be, but we don't want to create the highlighter here. We actually just want to create it right here, so that it's already present rather than fading to full visibility and then poof, we're back to dark. Right? That would not be pretty. Okay. That should work. No, pay attention to the fade now. I am doing something slightly lazy. Ideally, what you would do is you would make the room fade in, play normally, but when it gets to a given point where it's just like the normal dark highlighter, it actually stops, it creates a dark highlighter to take its place, but that's a whole bunch of effort. Instead, I can just put this dark highlighter underneath, which is going to make the table slightly darker while the fade in fades out. But I like that. That's in your face now. It's properly going. So that's another to-do knocked out. That's good. We can go here. So what this does is whenever you send your band to a concert, teacher does not personally apply. He doesn't personally attend the concert. So what happens is instead you get a letter telling you how things went, telling you notable events. So let's quickly go through. Um, and this letter is, as most things that I make, it is built with much more effort than it really ever needed, because it has a bunch of lines that are dynamically, well, they are pre-written, but they are dynamically determined depending on who is in the band, what are their stats, stuff like that. So that is a major focus point of this game. Naturally, I'm just an indie developer doing this in my free time. I can't show off super awesome 18K graphics or animations. But what I can do is I can make adorable writing. So, in that regard, I have added some more content for this, but it needs to be included. So, and the type of it that it is it's more random flavor for it picks out a random idol that is in the band and puts down a line talking about their favorite poetry. So, in order to include this, we need to have ourselves a poetry idol, which I am abstracting here a lot. This is an even distributor. Basically, I give it the band members and it gives me back some number of idols with an even distribution chosen at random, so that it's not always going to be the same one. It might be, naturally, when you pick anything at random, there's going to be some mentioned more than others, but it's as even as is possible. Then, this is a relatively simple functionality. In fact, this is as simple as grab a poetry line, or rather grab the appropriate poetry line, since we know what idol we are referring to, and each one has a poetry line associated to them. What we need to do here is first type check to make sure that we are getting what we want. Then we refer to the index in order to transform the idle to an array entry. And lastly, this is, let me make sure that's correct. Yep, this is stored in the poetry point in the struct, which is going to be an array. So we just grab it out, and that's all that we need to do. The letter builder does a whole bunch of stuff, but for this one, there's no interpolation necessary. We don't need to pick something with conditions like, where is it? Here. Here, this is really elaborate. It picks out idols that have low stats, or specifically it goes for each stat. It picks out an idol that has a low stat, and one that has a high amount in that same stat. So you've got this teacher and students dynamic, grabs them out and interpolates them into the line. And that's how you get to talk about how X helped Y with a given thing where they struggled. But it doesn't have to always be that complicated. In this case, we can just, because the lines are specific to each individual idol, they don't need to be interpolated, we can just grab them and apply them as they are. Now, I still need to insert this into here. Insert the poetry. Sorry, I need to really grab the poetry line, talk all about it, but have not done it. Yeah. Poetry line, copy this, call it up here with the poetry idol. There we go. Pretty simple thing. Could have done that sooner, really, but I didn't, but now it's done. Now, from here on out, that's, I believe, that's the quick fixes out of the way. So, from here on out, what do we want to do? I'm gonna tell you, I will think about this quickly, as I am going to take my second midstream break. Use the restroom, stretch my legs, walk around a bit. Feel free to do the same. I am going to be back in just a few minutes. And then we are going to do something or other. Don't go too far. I'll be right here when you come back. Oh, you okay? Restroom has been used. Sit down and think. So, there is one major thing that I still want to address, which is if we switch to the demo build here, the demo version is supposed to end at a specific week. In fact, thank you, it is supposed to be this very week here. You get this story hook, music. I'm gonna need you to calm down. It's not calming down. Doing the opposite. There we go. So we get the plot hook that the villains exist, and I do want to let you finish this day. I want to let you look around and read about all these people that have wronged you. But most importantly, this leads to additional gameplay. But, well, let's think. Theoretically, would it be possible that you train somebody to the level that they are able to undertake the mission? Because I don't want this to be possible. I don't want you to have an idol that has these required 200 damage and 210 persona, which conveniently voice, heart, image, persona. No, image and persona do train together in hop, step, smile. So it's not unthinkable that this is possible. So what we are going to do is we're going to let you finish this week, but then when you are done, when you click start training or begin training, instead of the gameplay, which may well involve this gameplay twist, I want to take you to the demo end screen. Right? Because that's just a whole bunch more content. In fact, one could say, theoretically, the demo version would contain all the gameplay if I let you do that. So I don't particularly want to. If we skip to one that's really far advanced, it's supposed to take you to this screen. Now. So far, the demo ending is implemented that if you enter the game on a day that is beyond the demo's end, doesn't matter when, so that you can't edit your save and get around it that way. If you do that, then you'd end up at this screen, which isn't going to just be all the idols staring at you. There is going to be more happening here. But that would of course mean that you would get to play the final minigame. And I don't want that. So, what we're gonna do is... Step 1 is I am going to copy the demo ending room for later. This is not something practically relevant. This is just so that I have somewhere to make thumbnails. I've reused that room because it pretty much displays what I want. And after that, we can also start developing the dialogue that's going to play in that room. So that I can, in time, I can release a demo version. Because I want to get this game out to people. I'm not sure how long I'm going to take to fully finish it. It's kind of hard to estimate, but, well, you do stuff, you start finishing it, and eventually it's going to be finished. As simple as. Okay, having made safety copies of the stuff that I want, we can work on here later, but first I want to go to the table, which is begin training. Right here. This is what happens when the begin training button is clicked. And it's well, quite simple. Quite simply, instead of letting you progress as normal, we want to override all of that and send you to the end of the demo. So, there is a trigger. It's, I believe, called check demo ending. Here it is, yes. Which should play, yes. Yeah, let's say we keep doing this so that if you skip forward in time, you can't do anything weird. I'm not terribly fussed about piracy because, hey, piracy is going to happen. There's nothing that you can do to stop it. But yeah, really, it's a simple go to the room. So this if is what I'm interested in. This uses a macro which cannot be altered without decompiling the game, I suppose. And checks whether you are still in the allowed space that the demo lets you play in. True. Let's expect this. I'm actually going to flip this if. So if the demo is over, then go to the room where the demo ends. And listen, I keep doing this. What I keep doing, why I keep scrolling to the top like that, is in IntelliJ you can press Ctrl-Shift up arrow to move a line upwards by one, which is extremely handy, but in GameMaker if you do that it just jumps to the top of the current event. I don't know why I'd want that, but hey, it's a function that exists. So since I am most practiced using IntelliJ, there we go. I keep using IntelliJ shortcuts. It's just muscle memory. And then every time I'm sad that I have to do it manually with cut and paste. So now we have this handy little function that tells us when the demo is over, which means we can take this and go back to begin training. And at this point we don't care to do any of this. What we want to do, if the demo is over, we want to not do any of the rest. We want to create a fade out, and this is going to go to room demo ending. Yeah. So that now we have the guard both when you try to load into a save that is in the future from after the demo ends, we've still got that safeguard in place. Let it unceremoniously doesn't boot you. That's interesting. Did I do my logic backwards? Yes, I did. It was going to boot you if you were too early. That, of course, isn't useful. So, now, loading a save that is too late in the timeline. Instead of going to the table, you get sent right to the ending. Which, let me just make sure one more time. That's not perfect. The logo is displaying over everything. It sure is. So let's fix that, but more notably, when we go to this week, which is the end of the demo, it's going to play out a super long dialogue. It is going to let you peek at the things to stir your interest. And from there, it's going to kick you out. Except it isn't. That's interesting. But why would that be? Well, I would imagine it would be because the week number is off by one, as it were. Tell me, what is it? The week number is week number 9. And very simply put, oh, right, no. So I need to be slightly more careful here, because I don't actually want the same conditions. We want to kick you out if No, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So we actually don't do this anymore in the room start. We don't kick you out if you go too far beyond. Because yes, that does mean that you can advance further in the timeline if you edit your save, but frankly, that's just fine. Because the only thing that you can ever do is you can look around on the table. Because as soon as you try to start minigames, which includes this stuff, as soon as you try that, you will be sent out. Okay. Perfect. So, with that, let us turn our focus to the actual demo ending screen. Currently, it's a bit slapped together, but I want to. So, first off, I need to restore the exit to menu button to not soft lock the game. We've got. Where's this come from? Ah, this is a sprite builder. I see. So it is being built, and it is being built. Ah, because the room handler doesn't have a specific depth assigned. Or rather, it is in the instances layer. So there it is. So this is at a depth of who knows. It certainly isn't at the table depth where it is supposed to be. Normally that doesn't matter, but because the room handler itself is managing the builder, which displays the idle. Sorry, no, it doesn't. It displays the title text, which is hit idle. Now I could make a little instance that does nothing other than display this logo, but instead, can you really not? Surely you can set an instance's depth from here. No? I'm trying, but I don't see it. Fantastic. Ooh, what's... no, I don't want that. Go away. Okay. That's fine. We are going to just handle that with code, as we should. Anyway, you move yourself to the depths of the table. There we are. You know, you would think that depth would be something... No, I suppose not. Right. I can tell you why, because individual instances aren't supposed to have depth when you manage them like that. Layers do. And when you manage them by dragging and dropping, you have them assigned to a specific layer, which has a depth value. And that is what orders your instances. Right now I've left everything on the default instances layer because I don't have what are we saying? I manage my depth manually instead of with layers. So now then. So the logo is correctly positioned. It goes underneath these. Really cute, really cool. You've got the exit button. Water drink. Water drinking break, even. from here. From here, I have made a tiny little dialogue that I want to play when you enter this room. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a little function that starts that dialogue with butterfly's photo. So function play demo and monologue, I called it even. And in order to do so, we grab the photo manager. Photo manager, get me please, game maker. You know that this exists. You know that it is there. Get photo by name or butterfly. Because it's always her who gets to talk. We need to grab the translated monologue, which sits in story, I believe. Demo and oh, it's not in this list. Ah, I see. Right, this gets. It's fancy, it's funny, it's weird. The point is, it does exist. So, demo and monologue equals gets the translated string with a key of. I'm actually not positive what it's supposed to be. So, for that, however, it's not written in my spreadsheet, but it is written in the data, so I can just, access it from there. So there's a whole bunch of story here, and the key is, you wouldn't believe it. It is, in fact, it is just story. So make sure that that exists. Translation keys dot story. I've already used to access a bunch of stuff. It did not. Cool. So demo and monologue is what it is called. It is in fact the very last bit of data that is in here. So that's funny, because story is last, and even though it's not alphabetically last, it is at the end of the list, so it gets put into the translated data last. Okay. Then that means that we are going to find our string at translation keys story dot demo and monologue. Okay, and then all that we need to do is call up to the function that we have inherited, because this is a room handler. It gets the functions from object power room handler, which means create dialog box with butterfly photo, the demo and monologue, and we don't need scripts because I don't want to make a dark highlighter here. Okay, then further, we are going to tell the fade in not only to fade into this room, but also that it's supposed to play the dialogue when it's finished. So play demo and monologue. There. Now it should, provided of course that I haven't messed up anything yet, it should, when the fade out completes in the demo end room, it is going to play that monologue, and during it you can pick Butterfly up, you can move her around, it's gonna be super interesting. Let's see and hope that it works without crashing. Haha! This line is slightly too long, but that's fine, that's polish that I can fix later. So is this line. But here you can mess around with the photos, and then it's a great time, and then you need to... well, you get to do one of two things. Well, actually you get to do a lot of stuff. You can play the demo as much as you like, or you can click a few link buttons towards which... do we want to create those? Nah. There's going to be some links where you can go to like the Steam page or the Discord, whatever, and access those from here. But that's for another day, I think. Okay. That's really good. Let's have ourselves a think. I'm gonna be honest, I've kind of run out of things to develop. There's certainly... no, that's not true. I know exactly what we can do. I've got the sound effect credits here, but that's not the entire story. I also want to add more categories to this. One is going to be ambient sound effects, which can just use these objects here. And the other is going to be font credits. Even though by the licensing that these fonts use, as long as you don't redistribute them, you don't actually need to give credit, but I like to, like, who am I to take what someone else has made, put out for free, and put it in a for-profit product without attribution? That's just wrong, man. So, object menu, credits. I don't know what it's called. There it is, the credits list. So, there's going to be a complicated part and there's going to be an easy part to this. Are you ready for the complicated part? Hopefully. Are you ready for the simple part? Which is what I meant to say. Because it's gonna be real complicated. Let's see if we can get through it together. So create all ambience credits, for which we are going to grab the ambience credits out of global credits dot ambience credits, and that. Ta-da! That was real complicated, wasn't it? Because of course an ambient sound is fundamentally still a sound. So they use the same interface, they're gonna use the same objects. Currently there are no ambient sounds, so there's no credits to display, but that's just fine. Now, what we do need to do is we need to put a label on this, which is super simple. We create a group label for the A location, and we use the translation, use the ambience translation key. Okay. Create all ambience credit, and that's that part done. Super easy. Not super easy, because I used the wrong variable name. I wanted to make a funny thing and then I messed it up. Boo. Right, but now if we go into here, we are going to notice, scrolling down, there's going to be an extra label, which of course doesn't have proper spacing. Because I'm not sure why, because the A is real tall though, is largely why. Well, I can mess with spacing some other time. The real thing though is we are going to have to also create a group label for the fonts. Translation is fonts. Yes, yes. Then create full font credits. Yeah. Which is naturally a function that doesn't yet exist. But it's going to be relatively simple as well. Because what we're going to do is we're going to create an object that is just like the sound credit, just slightly different, so that we can give credit to fonts. The large difference is going to be that it's not going to have a play button, because that makes no sense. It is still going to have a link. It is still going to have a name and an author. And I want to try something funny, which is that I want to give the font credit in the font that it is, so that you can identify which one it is. So, font credits, extract that. Then for each one of these, make one of these objects, which don't currently exist just yet, but that's perfectly fine. We can make the function so that as soon as the object is available, we can create it easily. Until then, it's just going to be a little stub that checks. Actually, we don't even have the font credit data type yet, do we? Okay, starting from the start. Go to data structures, and in the menu, there's going to be a font credit, which is largely the same thing, but instead of, I don't believe we can, no, there's no such thing as checking whether a given variable is a font, so obviously, because that would be silly. So we're just going to take it at its word for what it is and save it for later. There we are. Really wished that GameMaker would rename the function inside the asset when you create a constructor script asset. but I guess not. Fundamentally, there is no connection between this being called font credit over there in the asset list and this function name. It could be something completely different. Really, the only reason this asset exists is that GameMaker is going to execute this code right at the start of the game so that the constructor is available. But that's just GameMaker things. Yes, GameMaker things. Right. What we need to do, naturally, I can just jump to it from here, is we need to make sure that our font credits are given, which I haven't yet done, but I have them very conveniently written down. Right here. So just gonna copy paste them in, and then we can get started from there. So that's name. That is name, author, link, license. Does that match what we're doing? Name, author, link, license. And then of course we also need the asset. Okay. Font credit, which call this by you. I'm just going to copy the single quotation mark because, you know, in for lack of a better word, civilized development environment, you can just select a bit of text and hit the quotation mark, and it's going to turn that text into a string. It's going to encase it in quotation marks. GameMaker does not do this. But at the same time, when you just type quotation mark, it does put down two of them. So if you have an existing string, then what happens is that it replaces all the text that you have with the quotation marks if you have it selected, but if you don't, then it puts down two quotation marks at the start, and you may think, okay, put two, delete one. If you press the backspace key, it deletes both. You need to press the freaking delete key, which, by the way, it also, actually no, it does put your cursor in between the both quotation marks, so that's better. But that aside, I believe awkward is the general text font. No, cookbook is the general text font. The menu text font is awkward. Right? Makes sense, doesn't it? So, just use whatever asset we have. We may have to add a new font asset just for this, which is like font size 16 or something, or 14. But then forward with the same scheme. Font credit, this, by you, the link is that. And you know what I'm actually going to do is, that'll do for the moment. That'll do, because all that I really need is I need some data. So I'm just gonna take these two and make sure it works with them. From then on out, we can add more data later. Yeah. Further, having now created this data structure, we can not call the wrong function. That would be an idea. This takes a font credit. Font is completely losing its meaning because I'm saying it so much. But from here on out, we need to, well, basically do the same thing. In fact, we need to do the same thing so much that I'm probably going to just instantiate the instance, instantiate the object, and then extract this code, add credit to box credit. Yeah. Because we want to do the same thing. It is going to be there is one tiny plausible difference, which is that we are referencing the same sprite here, but but I think font credits are going to be the same size, in fact use the same sprite anyway as sound credits, so that's not actually going to be a huge issue. Drinking break. Okay. Out of here. So we need to create that object class, which can be super lazy. Ta-da! Don't underestimate the power of copy-paste and adjust as needed. In this case, as needed is going to be that this is a font credit, and that's actually it insofar as that. I could give these a shared parent class. I don't think I'm going to, but fundamentally I could. But there's not a ton of codes shared between them. In order to share as much code as possible, I'd have to do some weird stuff, so I think I'm gonna just leave this the way that it is now. We are going to get started on implementing. So, the font credit differs from the sound credit in that it is insanely easier. Really. It doesn't have a play button, it just has the link button. Which means... There. Okay. It still has the builders. It still needs to scroll. It is still a scrollable box element. But there it is. Yeah, that's pretty much that. Except instead of setting the general text font as for everything, of course, that's the entire point. We need to check that this is a font credit. Get asset. Okay. And you know how they say, try it, see how it looks. It's probably going to crash. It crashed. . Oh, the joys of knowing what's going to happen from my own incompetence. Yes. Problem is that I have not renamed this variable. Okay. I'm just rushing a little bit here. That's not a variable that hasn't been renamed. I could catch that with a more careful reading. On the other hand, this code is going to be executed as the game launches. So how much need is there for that, really? I could make sure that everything's right, or I could let it crash if it isn't right. I'm only doing that because I'm positive it will crash if it is wrong, and we're not doing anything like important here, right? We're not handling financial data. Okay. That's already quite good. That works out. These links are quite long, regrettably. On the sound assets, it works fine, but those sounds are of course a shortened URL because they want to be posted. So all that I really need to do from here is I need to use a vaguely 20-point font. Again, there's no such thing as any relation whatsoever between how many points a given font is printed on and the size of the letters. There really isn't. But let's give that a try. So, going back to the credits, the general text font also has a 20 variation, I do know that. And let's just finish filling this out. Now, hey, are you tired of hearing about how awesome IntelliJ is yet? I'm not. IntelliJ has a really fascinating feature that once you get used to it, it's hard to drop it again, which is you can have multiple cursors in the same file. And how that works is you like drag your mouse down and there would now be a cursor at each of these locations, so I could write simultaneously, which would allow me to basically fill out all of these as font credits at the same time. It takes a little imagination to figure out what you can do with it, but once you have that, it just keeps being useful. You can change lots of things all at the same time. You can make the linter happy by inserting a comment behind every single line that you don't want it to automatically adjust. That is, inserting different line breaks behind those lines. But we don't have that, but fortunately it don't take too long. So this is the band name font. I mean, has to be. That's the only one that's left. Just gonna move this one up to here. Yeah, so that the freeware ones are in one group and the public domain ones are together. Let's see how that looks. Probably some fonts are going to break their boundaries because ain't nobody gonna tell them how large they get to be. They are their own person. Yep, the handwriting font does, and I know why too, because it's a bit of a bastard. It's very upwards aligned. Which is to say, you see how the band name font is much lower down. It basically touches the lower edge, whereas here you're just lifting up. There's much more space. There's enough space for my entire cursor between the font and the bottom, where here there isn't half that much space. That's it. It's also relatively large. If we compare, these letters are huge. And, well, that's just gonna be how it goes when you use someone's handwriting. But for the large part, this is working quite well. So, what kinds of handwriting fonts do we have? Let's try 16 point. That, I think, should look prettier and stay inside the lines, because I could change this by moving the text, but I don't really want to, so it gets to be smaller. There. Now, that's actually all there is to it. Super fast. Barely an inconvenience. Now, now then, with the group labels, I have told you a lie. I'm sorry, but during an earlier stream I said that the default font alignment vertically is down. That you define a point and the text gets written downwards from there. That is of course a complete lie. It's not true. Because you don't write down from the line, you write on top of the line. So the default font alignment is up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break your world like this. Which means what I suspect happens is, or at least how we can fix these group labels, is by just changing the font alignment so that they are actually where I tell them to be, rather than being up a good bit from there. So let's get back into the credits list and see about doing exactly that. Ooh, that's okay. Right. I forgot, the group labels are actually two things. They are objects unto themselves and they have their own alignment already set. And it is going to be a little dangerous to mess with them, because if we go over to the settings now these have moved down because this of course is shared code. So we shouldn't mess with it. Instead, what we should do is we should make sure our code works properly with the shared interface as we have it. Now, this would look pretty good, but in order to achieve the same effect, rather than changing the font alignment here, what we're going to do is we are going to give it a different offset. We're going to move it downwards. So I believe that is actually precisely what I've done in the settings list, which does it does open the door to me changing the font alignment after all, and maybe after that we adjust it in here. But if we go to this function, no, it works perfectly well there. No, right. The difference being that the buttons in, the credits entries are middle aligned, where in the settings box, the settings entries are top aligned. Okay. I'm seeing one more thing, which is this script doesn't have a proper name. I'm sorry, let me just fix that because it's bothering me. You are called create menu group label. There we are. Then, well, it's easy enough. If the label is too high up, then I don't know, write it down further. There we go. It ain't that difficult. There. You see, we have achieved a similar looking effect, and if we scroll down further here, this is still pretty tight. Right. That would work, but I'm not a huge fan of it. So options are to increase the offset, such that it's further down, closer to where it's supposed to go. In one way or another, we can also increase the spacing, so that there's more space between this entry here and the word fonts. Either one works. I think I want to do both, actually, because this is kind of tight together, where I want to, this is a design rule. I don't know what it's called. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I'm a developer. I'm not a designer. But it's quite simple. Things that are close together are seen as being associated. And right now, the label for the fonts area is closer to the sound effects than it is to the fonts, which is suboptimal. We want it to be close to the thing that it's related to and further away from other elements. Now, in that interest, let me take a quick peek. No. Okay. Right. I thought that in the settings I had actually done something to increase the offset even more after a group label, but that's just fine. Because what we can do is we can, let's see, after we add the label we increase the Y offset, but that is the offset after the element. So what we want to do is we want to add additional space after the last button or after the last credits entry. So what say we do just that? I mean, we track the Y offset, right? So we can do, say, function add Y padding, and then we just go Y offset plus equals like 8 display pixels. And then we add this after we are done creating these things. So after the sound credits, add Y padding. And after the font credits, add Y padding. There we go. That's all that we require out of here. Now, if we take a look, this is unchanged because it's there's no additional offset before it. This looks better. I would like it to be slightly further still, like 10 or 12 display pixels, but otherwise looks real good. Or really what I'd like is I would also kind of like the label to be closer to its content, so let's try both. Let's try both. We put it further down so that actually, you know, no. I just had a thought real fast that no matter how big of an offset we give it here, the box would add an according amount of offset after the element is inserted and would then give us the same spacing, but that's not actually true. So no worries about that. Okay, so 12 pixels between groups and an additional 2 pixels down with the label. Now that's good. It does want to be a group label grouping these elements together, but it does want to be relatively close to it. Maybe we can do something about this space here, but I don't think that's necessary. And scrolling down, now we have a very good separation between these individual elements. Okay. Beautiful. And that's that again. Which brings us back to the question of what are we working on? Let's it's a bit late to start on this, but we can do it in the proof of concept stage. So I've got a bunch of things that I want to fiddle with off stream, but I want to implement Butterfly's cleanup system, which is amusing to me. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about if we go here, or let's go here. So in the second week, the start letter introducing you into the game, this thing, it's still here. But by the third week, Butterfly finds that your desk is very messy and helps you clean up. How is she going to do that? By crumbling up everything that she finds isn't necessary, such as this very letter right here. And because this game plays a lot with euphemisms, now let's not call them euphemisms. It plays a lot with implications, in that Butterfly doesn't say that she crumpled up this paper. She doesn't say that she didn't put it in the cabinet. Teacher just asks her whether she did, and because Butterfly dodges questions on a 2+ on a d6, she doesn't say one way or the other. And don't worry about it, is the answer. So, what this is going to involve is we are going to... Sorry, this music has a little too much energy for me right now. What this is going to involve is there's going to be an object which is just a crumpled paper ball. This is going to be an absolute joy to draw at this resolution, but I don't want to spend that much time on it anyway. We're just going to use a circle for now as a placeholder, and you will be able to find that somewhere. Initially I want to put it on the same screen as the elements that was removed, but maybe not. Maybe I want to spawn it somewhere random around the table. And then you can, if you want, you can pick it up, you can move it around, but not do much else with it. Adding a new kind of draggable is maybe going to mess up a whole bunch of stuff. Or maybe not. Maybe it's going to be fine, because I've made my code in a resilient way. We are going to find out when it breaks. So, the point is, I think I want to put it here. There's also the idea that the paper just keeps on stacking up. That at first there's one crumpled ball, which is this, but every month you get a new issue of Idle Monthly, and that receives the same treatment. But that would be quite a lot towards the end. That would be quite a lot to move around. And listen, if Butterfly scolds you for having a messy desk, then why exactly would she let you keep 12 different paper rolls strewn around the desk? And why would teacher not clean it up? Like, teacher is an adult. Teacher did go to school for a very, very long time, and he is competent at his job. Sorry, teacher, they are competent at their job. So, but that is all talking very far into the future, because right now what I have is nothing. And so what we are going to do is we're going to start very, very simply. So simply, we are going to take, this is going to be in this space of table. We're going to make a sprite paper ball. 64 by 64, that's twice the size of a photo. Actually, it's twice the size of an idle image. Just make something. Don't worry too much about it. So, there it is. It's a ball. I want to at least have it outlined such that it looks slightly less than just an untextured ball. But really comes later. For now, we just do it. There we go. Paper ball. Which has some lines. There we go. Great piece of artistry. And this is the small version of it. And we are going to upscale that. Even though it doesn't deserve it, but we are going to upscale that into a larger version so that it is the correct size. 384 is 6 times 64. There we go. Then make a tiny little object which lives in the table directory, and it is called objects paper ball. I want to make several variations of the paper ball sprite, but well, for that, first I would want to make it properly in the first place. This is not the final product, but it is good enough to test the concept. So you are going to have the sprite paper ball. Which does need renaming, just to be proper. And you inherit from objects power draggable, because you are a draggable object, which means the mouse can pick you up and move you around. So let us do just that. Okay, that is a whole bunch of behavior that already gets inherited like this. So in the room handler, I have prepared a function that creates a bunch of these paper balls. Obviously, it's just a method stub because, well, right now it doesn't do anything. Also, I don't remember where it is. There it is. Do we call it at some point? Create crumpled papers. Give me usages. No? That is funny. If you press Ctrl-Shift-F to search in the entire project, then it gets you... it's going to pre-fill this, what you have selected. If you Ctrl-F to search in the current file, it does not. Just another game maker thing, just another little tiny inconsistency that doesn't matter much in the grand scheme, but that it would be so much better if they didn't exist, really. So, okay, then we do already give it the screen to create them on and the amount, so what do we want to do? We want to create that amount of crumpled paper rolls, and we want to create them roughly around the edges of the screen, not so that they overlap with the edge, because I want each draggable to stay on the screen where it is. And I actually have code that manages that, so that if you try to drag it like off the edge, it's just gonna stay at the edge. I am rather proud of that code, and if we spawn them such that they overlap, then as soon as you pick them up, they would just snap out. So, which means we need to spawn these within a relatively specific area. We want to spawn them at the edges of the screen, and actually I have a very good idea for how to do that. So, are you ready? Are you ready? Got your thinking cap on? Actually, So, what my idea was is that we start at the middle of the screen. Yep. Then we use the random roll to determine, is it going to be like right at the edge, or is it going to be a little further away from the edge? And that would certainly work. And we could also, by starting at the middle of the screen and then moving away from it, since that's going to be symmetrical in both directions, we can we could just use a random flip plus or minus 1 and multiply the offset by that to either put it at the left or the right edge of the screen. But there is one issue with that, which is the corners. Why is that an issue? Right, because we don't just want it on the left or right side, we actually want it on the top and bottom side as well. And what that brings us to is that we want it to, we don't want just the left and right x values, because if we are at the top edge, then any x value is valid, and we want to concern ourselves with the y. Options for making that happen, we can just roll which side we are on. We can roll whether we are on the top or the side edge. And that might just be good enough, really. Yeah, let's try that. Let's go with the simple way. So, random was random. Where do I get a random int? Please tell me. Please tell me. There it is. It's I random. H equals I random 1. Because in GameMaker, the top of the random range is inclusive. Is this a difference from like every single programming language on Earth? Yes. Yeah, it sure is. Sorry, peeking the microphone a bit, but no other language on Earth works like this, man. It's always from 0 up to but not including the value that you give it. Which also means, of course, if I say I random 1, there are actually 2 different values. So, because I know that, I can work with it, but top, bottom, there. Because I know that I can work with it, but if you don't know that, then you're just going to get the weirdest errors, and you're not going to know why that is until you read the manual. But let me tell you a little secret. Speaking as an industry expert with a truly magnificent mustache and enough experience that I can pretty much apply to any company, any tech company that I want to, and at the very least they're going to give me a long interview, if not a job. Let me tell you a little secret, yeah? If I need to read the manual, then you have written your interface wrong. It should be blatantly obvious. Maybe not only from the function name, but from what pops up here. So the first paragraph of the comments, which sadly this just tells me that this very useful function only returns integers, brackets whole numbers, and doesn't tell me that the top of the range is inclusive. If this doesn't tell me what I need to know about the function, then you need to write it better, or you need to redesign your interface so that which function I use directly implies what I'm doing. Nobody's going to read your manual. Nobody is going to read your documentation. What they're going to read is what pops up when they mouse over it or when they use the function. And only that. In fact, it is actually considered good behavior not to know how you implemented stuff, because that doesn't matter. Only the interface matters. I don't know how iRandom works under the surface, nor do I need to. Okay, but all that, that's a whole bunch of ranting, but so, x coordinate, oh, let's call it x, equals somewhere along the screen. So iRandom range, and I'm actually gonna go with I'm gonna go with the idea of moving. Am I? No, it's more useful that I start from the top left corner. So we're going to go from sprite get width sprite paper ball to the screen width minus that width. Sprite get width paper ball. It's fine that I'm calling this function twice because listen. If you don't cache that result, then you've made your function wrong. I'm being very mean today, but I'm pretty sure GameMaker actually does catch that result, or it's just super efficient to access the dimensions of the sprite, because this is just the asset. It's unchanged. So UI then is going to be either UI offset is going to be somewhere from the height of the paper ball to thumb and more. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go random range, so default transformation, and let's see, how far do I want it to go? Let's say 2. So anywhere between 1 and 2 times the height of the sprite. So that's going to be our offset, and then the actual y coordinate is going to be either it's going to be from the top or the bottom of the screen, so that likewise needs some kind of randomness. Our starting point is random iRandom 1 point flip. If starting point is 0, and by goodness do I hate this, I wouldn't need to do this, right? I could just write if y start point, because GameMaker has falsy values, meaning, or rather it has type coercion. So I can take this number, and if it is 0, then it's interpreted as a false value. If it is 1, it's interpreted as true, which is a relic of older times, we'll call it. It's a relic of older times, so let it do what it does, but I prefer to be more explicit that y start point is going to be a number here. I may just write a script that encapsulates this and gives me a boolean rather than a number, but that's not important. So from the top we need to, what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to define these variables right at the top, and then assign them inside the if. So y equals y offset, because here we are at the top, else we are at the bottom. Y equals the screen height minus the y offset. There we go. And then just do basically the same thing, but again. And tell you a secret, I really hate how this code looks. I really do. But there is kind of not a much better way to do that than listing out these 4 different cases. At least currently I can't think of any. So now, if we are on the left or right edge, we pick a random y coordinate to go to. Then we do the exact same thing as we've just done with the y coordinate, but with the x, so that on the left or right, it's going to be a bit off the edge randomly. Yep, this needs to be all to x, and what I also want to do is refer to the width here. I also want to lower it right here. This isn't dangerous. I'm almost certain that GameMaker is going to lower coordinates anyway. That is, round them down to whole values. But it's good practice to only use whole coordinate values. In fact, hey, do you want to... I might do something cute here, since the entire game, right, is aligned to a 6x6 pixel grid. But right now we're using a whole, just individual pixels here. So what I might also do is align this to the grid so that it's always pixel aligned. That's kind of cute. Probably gonna do that. But so that's a whole lot more function that needs to exist. And how are we going to deal with that? We are going to put it into a different function. There is actually a point to that, you know. The point to this is that this is going to randomize coordinates and create one paper ball. But we don't, strictly speaking, want that. We want to do this for any number of paper balls. And the easiest way to manage the indentation, to not have a for with 2 ifs inside it, is to put it in a function. So return instance, create instance, which we are going to need the reference to the screen where we should create it. There it is. So screen X, screen Y. The depth is going to be draggables, object, paper ball. 10, or as many as we want to make. Create example paper for that screen. Put that inside a for loop. Number of papers. Grab this out, put it in there. Okay. Now, I do already have the hook where I want to create the opening letter, which is create crumpled papers on the start screen. One of them. There we go. Now, is this going to function? Time will tell. Really? Need to pick the correct save. That one should do. Well, we've made it into the room. That's quite good. This is not exactly what I'd want. And it's kind of sluggish moving with your mouse. So this is far too big, right? This is far too big, but hey, basic proof of concept. From here, we'll be able to make it smaller, make it a less regular shape, give it a different sound so that it doesn't sound like you're picking up a straight piece of paper. But hey, that's the basic idea. And really, once you have the basic, once you have something that works, you can always extend it. How do you get started making a game? You download Game Maker, you make a stick figure with sprites, and then you Google how to make a character move in Game Maker. That's it. You need something, and do it one step at a time. Do it starting with the basic things. And that's why we're starting with these circular balls of paper. But that's going to be us for today. Show doesn't have to be over. Let me locate, is anybody else currently suffering in Game Maker? Doesn't look like it. So let's check the game dev category. I would like not to send you to an ASMR stream, frankly. While I locate a stream that we can rate, let me say thank you all for hanging out. I will be live next week, Friday morning, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 9 AM Central European Time to 1 PM. Thank you all for hanging out, chatting, whatever it is that you feel like doing. Just being here, just chilling is all that you need to do, really. To find something in the directory. There's not a lot that looks enticing, honestly. What if I search for Potato War Sim? Hang on. That one I want to see. Nah. This one looks good. Hey, Carbs is on. Yeah, let's go to Carbs. Alright. So, one more time, thank you all for hanging out. I'm gonna hop off. Let's visit Corpse and see how his plugins are doing. And we'll see you all next week. Thank you all. Bye bye.